Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The roots came first. Silent invaders that crept beneath sleeping farmhouses and cobblestone streets, pushing upward through cellar floors and garden beds. Then followed the saplings, growing not over seasons but overnight, their bark ancient before the dawn. Finally came the shadows, deeper than mere absence of light, carrying whispers of a time when the world was young and the trees were its first masters. Silverdale, once the pride of the western farmlands, now stood as a half-reclaimed testament to the ancient forest's inexorable march. Abandoned carts littered the outskirts, hastily packed by fleeing families. Thatched roofs now hosted nests of emerald-feathered ravens, with eyes that gleamed with unsettling awareness. Through it all, the forest advanced, a tide of primal green consuming the works of younger races with patient, unstoppable hunger. Hobbit stood at the boundary where cultivated wheat fields surrendered to underbrush, his weathered journal open in hands that trembled not from age, but from the magnitude of what he witnessed. Unlike the other scholars who had fled to the safety of the Alabaster Citadel, Hobbit remained, methodically documenting each phase of the forest's awakening. The elders called it myth, he murmured, sketching the peculiar spiral pattern in which the new growth emerged. The verdant resurgence, the time when the forest would reclaim what was temporarily borrowed. His quill paused over parchment as something shifted in the tree line, a presence older than the stones beneath his feet. Borrowed, indeed, rumbled a voice like wind through ancient hollows. Into though stolen might be the more honest term. From between two massive oaks stepped a figure Hobbit had believed existed only in the dustiest tomes of forgotten lore. 14 feet tall, with bark-like skin furrowed into expressions of deep contemplation, arms branching into finger twigs that rustled with their own small leaves. Eyes like amber pools of sunlight held memories of the world's first dawn. Treebeard, Hobbit whispered, the name emerging unbidden from childhood tales told around hearth fires. The ancient Ent inclined his trunk-like neck. That name has not been spoken by your kind in 17 generations. You remember what others choose to forget. That is uncommon. Gathering courage from curiosity, a scholar's most reliable wellspring, Hobbit closed his journal. Why now? Why does the forest awaken after centuries of slumber? Treebeard's response came slowly, each word deliberate as the growth of heartwood. Because the Heartstone has been removed from its sanctuary, the linchpin of balance, taken by those who do not understand its purpose. The journey to the emerald-spired city of Viridian took Hobbit through settlements increasingly frantic with the forest's encroachment. In taverns and marketplaces, rumors metastasized into panic. Militias formed to burn back the advancing tree line, only to find their torches extinguished by rains that fell exclusively upon flame. Prayer circles invoked forgotten nature deities, while merchants doubled the price of axes that would inevitably shatter against enchanted bark. The High Council received him with skepticism bordering on hostility, ministers in their verdant silks dismissing his warnings as the ravings of a provincial academic. Only Elenial, captain of the Twilight Guard, listened with growing concern as Hobbit recounted Treebeard's words. "The Heartstone," she interrupted, her voice cutting through the council's murmurs. Silver eyes narrowed beneath a crown of auburn braids, interwoven with leaves that never withered. The dwarves of Khazad-Vorn uncovered a crystal of unusual properties 3 moons past, their miners carved too deeply beneath the eastern ranges. "Impossible," declared Minister Thalion. "The stone lies protected in the Grove of Whispers, as it has for millennia." "Then perhaps," Elenial suggested, "what they have found is not a stone, but the stone. And we would be wise to investigate before more villagers vanish beneath root and bough." Thus formed an unlikely alliance: Hobbit, the scholarly observer; Elenial, the elven warrior whose grace belied lethal precision. And reluctantly joining them at the border of Khazad-Vorn, Prince Durin-Sevem, heir to the dwarven throne and master gemcrafter who had first recognized the Heartstone's unique properties. "My father believes it the key to our kingdom's resurgence," Durin admitted as they descended into the labyrinthine splendor of the dwarven highways, crystal lanterns illuminating carvings that told the history of stone and flame. The prince stood barely taller than Hobbit, but carried himself with the unshakable certainty of mountains. His auburn beard, intricately braided with golden clasps, framed a face prematurely lined by burden. Its light responded to our forge songs in ways no gem ever has. Within a day of its discovery, our crafters produced metalwork of unprecedented quality. And within 7 days, Hobbit noted, consulting his journal, the forest began to move. Their path from the dwarven realm led them across the whispering plains, where the grass recounted secrets to those patient enough to listen, and through the mist-shrouded mountains, where reality itself seemed to thin between peaks that pierced the clouds. Throughout their journey, signs of imbalance multiplied. Rivers flooding ancient banks, birds flying in geometric patterns that defied instinct, predators and prey drinking side by side from pools that glowed beneath the 3 moons. On the 16th day, as they crossed a ridge overlooking the obsidian wastelands, where nothing had grown since the cataclysm of ages past, they witnessed the impossible. Green shoots pushing through vitrified earth, unfurling leaves that shimmered with unnatural vitality. "Life where none should exist," Elenial whispered, kneeling to touch a crystalline flower that chimed softly at her approach. "Or perhaps," Durin countered, "life returning to where it once flourished. These obsidian plains were forests once, before the great burning." They found Ulfor's fortress at the convergence of 3 ravines, a structure of impossible angles built not upon the earth, but suspended between the ravine walls on bridges of metal that hummed with contained energy. Smoke belched from 100 chimneys, carrying the scent of molten ore and arcane catalysts. The fortress forge of the legendary Lord of Flames, whose creations were said to blur the boundary between craftwork and life itself. As they approached, the fortress's gates opened unbidden, revealing not guards, but automaton sentinels crafted from metal and crystal, their movements fluid as water despite their mechanical nature. "He expects us," Hobbit realized, noting how the sentinels formed an honor guard rather than a barrier. The heart of the fortress revealed a chamber vast enough to house a small city, its ceiling open to the stars. At its center stood not a throne, but a forge unlike any Durin had described in his people's halls. Rather than fire, a column of pure energy rose from its heart, contained within a lattice of metal so intricate it resembled lace. Suspended within this energy field hovered the Heartstone, not a gem as they had imagined, but a crystalline structure of impossible complexity, each facet containing what appeared to be an entire landscape in miniature. Working the forge controls stood a figure of paradoxical appearance, at once ancient and youthful, his silver hair flowing like mercury around a face unlined by age, yet etched with the gravity of epochs. His robes, seemingly woven from metal thread and living moss, shifted in patterns that mirrored the energy field before him. "Ulfor," Elenial breathed, her hand instinctively moving to her sword hilt. "That name serves as well as any," the figure replied without turning, his voice resonating not through air, but through the metal of the chamber itself. "Though I have been called Artificer, World Shaper, and in darker times, Destroyer." "You've stolen what belongs to the forest," Hobbit stated, stepping forward despite Durin's restraining hand. "The balance falters. The ancient trees reclaim lands in desperation." Now Ulfa turned, eyes like forged gold regarding them with interest rather than hostility. "Is that what the forest told you?" "An interesting perspective, if incomplete." He gestured toward the Heartstone. "This is not merely the heart of the forest, scholar. It is a fragment of the world's foundation stone. It belongs nowhere because it belongs everywhere." "My people discovered it," Durin protested. "Its powers serve our crafting." "Your miners breached a chamber sealed since the world's reshaping," Ulfor corrected. "The stone was placed there by my order, at the conclusion of the last great war, when the entity below nearly broke free of its primordial prison." Understanding dawned across Hobbit's face as he connected fragments of lore from a dozen disparate sources. "The Nameless One, the entity that dwells in the world's depths." Ulfor nodded, a gesture heavy with the weight of ancient vigilance. "And for 10,000 years I have kept watch, crafting the means of its continued imprisonment. The stone your people found is one of 7 keystones that maintain the Great Seal." He waved a hand, and the energy field shifted to reveal the Heartstone's true nature, not one crystal, but a matrix of interconnected fragments, with one segment conspicuously absent. "The forest was never meant to guard it alone," Ulfor continued. "Nor were the dwarves meant to harness it exclusively for craft. The stone's purpose is to connect all the free peoples, its power meant to be shared, not concentrated. In ages past, each race held stewardship over one fragment, their unique affinities strengthening the whole." "Then why not tell us this?" Elenial demanded. "Why let villages be consumed and panic spread?" A shadow of regret passed across Ulfor's ageless features. Because unity cannot be commanded, Captain of the Twilight Guard. It must be chosen. Had I simply demanded the stone's return, would your peoples have believed? Or would they have seen only another power seeking to claim what they had found?" Before Elenial could respond, the chamber trembled. Dust rained from ancient rafters as a sound like the world's foundation cracking reverberated through the fortress. "It stirs," Ulfor said grimly. "Sensing the disruption in its prison, we have little time." From a concealed compartment, he withdrew a crystalline fragment that clearly matched the empty socket in the Heartstone's matrix. "This final piece I kept separate, as a key that could only be turned when representatives of the free peoples came together in understanding rather than division." He held it out not to any one of them, but to the space between them. "Will you continue to quarrel over ownership, or will you accept shared guardianship of that which protects all?" Hobbit looked to his companions, Elenial with her ancient wisdom, Durin with his craftsman's pride, and saw the same realization dawning in their eyes. The forest's advance was not an act of aggression, but of desperate self-preservation. The dwarves, discovery not theft, but an unwitting disruption of a system far older than their kingdoms. "The stone must be divided," Hobbit said, recalling Treebeard's cryptic final words before they parted, not to break its power, but to distribute its burden. Together, they approached the forge. As their hands met around the final fragment, the Heartstone pulsed with renewed brilliance, sending waves of restorative energy outward. In that moment of connection, each glimpsed visions of what must come next. A council of 7 races, each accepting stewardship of one fragment. A new covenant of shared responsibility. And beneath it all, the shadowed form of that which still waited in the deep places, temporarily subdued but ever patient. For the entity that stirred beneath the world was older than the oldest forest, more enduring than the most ancient mountain. And only through the united vigilance of all free peoples would its chains remain unbroken. As dawn broke over Ulfor's fortress, messengers departed for the 7 kingdoms, carrying not warnings of doom, but invitations to a new alliance. And Hobbit, his journal now filled with revelations that would reshape understanding across the realms, faced eastward where the sun's first light illuminated the impossible, the ancient forest. Its advance halted, now standing in perfect equilibrium with the farmlands at its edge. Not retreating, not advancing, but coexisting, a visual harmony that echoed the greater balance they would all now strive to maintain. Story 2. The crimson ashes drifted like whispered omens across the rolling hills of Greendale, settling on thatched roofs and flowering meadows with silent foreboding. Elder Hobbit stood in his garden, weathered palm outstretched to catch the incandescent flakes that dissolved at his touch. His eyes, still sharp despite his 97 winters, narrowed at the eastern horizon, where dark clouds crowned the distant peaks of the Firespine Mountains. "After 1,000 years," he murmured, his voice carrying the weight of ancient memories passed down through generations, "the Ember Days have returned." The village around him continued its evening rituals, oblivious to the significance of the red snow. Children chased fireflies in the twilight, while merchants closed their shops and tavern doors swung open to welcome weary farmers. None but Hobbit remembered the old tales of how such ashes had once heralded the reign of Firerath, the last of the great fire dragons, whose breath had scorched kingdoms to ash and whose wings had darkened skies for a generation. In his modest library, illuminated by candles that seemed to flicker nervously in the growing darkness, Hobbit unrolled yellowed scrolls and opened leather-bound tomes that had not seen daylight in decades. His fingers, knotted with age but still nimble, traced the faded illustrations of a massive dragon with scales like burnished copper and eyes that held the wisdom and fury of the world's first flame. "The cycle begins anew," he read aloud from the chronicles of the Forgotten Age. "That when winter threatens to claim the world eternal, the ash-bearer shall walk the path of cinders to rekindle what must not be extinguished." Dawn found Hobbit at the doorstep of the council hall, demanding audience with the village elders. Their laughter, polite but dismissive, echoed through the cedar-paneled chamber as he spoke of dragons and prophecies. "While with respect, Elder Hobbit," said Magistrate Orlan, a man whose practical nature had served the village well through floods and droughts, "these are children's tales. The red ash comes from the eastern volcanoes, nothing more. It happens every few centuries, a natural phenomenon." "Then explain the frost," Hobbit challenged, pointing through the tall windows where, despite the summer season, delicate patterns of ice crystallized along the glass panes. "Explain why the silver-leaf trees bloom backwards, their leaves falling though spring has just arrived." The silence that followed was broken only when young Lyra Swiftfoot, barely 20 and considered impetuous by most standards, spoke from her position near the door. "I believe him," she declared, stepping forward, her unusual violet eyes, inherited from a grandmother of elven descent, shimmered with conviction. "And I will accompany him, should he seek to investigate these omens." By midday, 5 others had joined what the village mockingly called Hobbit's Folly. Lyra, whose skill with bow and knife was unmatched in 3 provinces. The twins, Eldon and Thorn Oakenshield, whose smithing had earned them fame beyond their years. Nessa Ravensong, a scholar whose knowledge of ancient languages had earned her admission to the libraries of Silverspire, and Brant Stormwalker, a ranger whose quiet ways and mysterious past hinted at secrets best left unspoken. "We seek Thoradin," Hobbit told them as they gathered at the eastern gate, each carrying provisions for the journey ahead. The warrior who, according to legend, defeated Firerath and bound him beneath the fire spine. If anyone knows what these signs portend, it would be him or his descendants. Thoradin lived 500 years ago, Nessa reminded him gently. "No human lives so long. Then we find what remains of his legacy," Hobbit replied, his weathered face set with determination as he shouldered his pack. "The chronicles speak of the Knights of the Eternal Flame, sworn to watch over Firerath's prison. We begin our search in the ruins of Fornost, their last known sanctuary." The journey to Fornost took them through landscapes of increasing desolation. Fertile farmlands gave way to windswept plains where the grass grew silver in the moonlight. Ancient forests followed, their sentient trees watching the travelers with eyes hidden in gnarled knots of bark. With each passing day, the red ash fell thicker and the unnatural cold deepened. On the 7th morning, they crested a hill to behold the ruins of Fornost, once the greatest city of men in the northern realms. Crumbling towers and broken archways stood silhouetted against the dawn, a skeleton of forgotten glory. Yet as they approached, Hobbit noticed anomalies that made his pulse quicken. Freshly cleared pathways among the debris, stonework repairs too recent to belong to the ancient past, and most telling of all, the absence of the ivy and moss that should have reclaimed such ruins centuries ago. "Odi, this place is maintained," Brant murmured, crouching to examine a footprint in the soft earth. "And recently so." They had barely reached the central courtyard when they found themselves surrounded by hooded figures, their faces concealed behind ornate masks of hammered bronze, their weapons trained on the intruders with unwavering precision. "Who disturbs the sanctuary of the flame?" demanded a melodic voice that carried the accent of the western valleys. Before anyone could answer, Hobbit stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the emblem emblazoned on their cloaks, a dragon coiled around a burning sword. "We come seeking the Knights of the Eternal Flame," he declared. "The Ember Days have returned. Firerath stirs." The silence that followed was profound. Then, with a gesture from their leader, the weapons were lowered and the masks removed to reveal faces of astonishing diversity. Humans stood alongside elves, dwarves, and beings of races so ancient they had no names in common tongue. Their leader was Miriel, a half-elven woman whose ageless beauty was marked by a vivid scar that traced from temple to jaw, the unmistakable mark of dragonfire. Her eyes, amber with flecks of gold, assessed the travelers with ancient wisdom. "You are late," she said simply. "The dragon has been dying for a year." The revelation struck like lightning. Not Firerath's return, but his demise was the threat that loomed before them. In the hidden chambers beneath Fornost, illuminated by flames that burned without fuel, Miriel revealed the truth that had been lost to time. "Firerath was never defeated," she explained, leading them through corridors adorned with murals depicting a history unknown to the world above. "He was transformed. The warrior Thoradin did not slay the dragon, but made a pact with him, to harness his fire not for destruction, but for preservation." The final chamber opened into an enormous cavern where a pool of molten gold swirled with hypnotic patterns. From its center rose a crystal spire that pulsed with diminishing light, ruby, amber, then blood red, before fading to a dull crimson. "The heart of Firerath," Miriel said, her voice hushed with reverence. His physical form was melded with the mountain, his consciousness bound to this crystal. For a millennium, his fire has regulated the seasons, prevented the ancient ice from returning to claim the lands. But now he weakens, and winter gathers strength. Why not tell the world? Lyra demanded. Why keep this secret? Because humans fear what they do not understand, came a new voice, hard as steel and cold as the gathering frost. Lord Carthus stepped from the shadows, his armor black as midnight and adorned with symbols of office that marked him as a commander of the northern armies. A dozen soldiers flanked him, their weapons drawn. And what they fear, they destroy. Carthus strode forward, his gaze fixed on the crystal. For decades I've searched for this place, this power. When the dragon finally dies, its heart crystal will be mine to forge the ultimate weapon, Winter's Bane, a blade capable of commanding the elements themselves. The crystal cannot be removed, Miriel warned. It would mean the end of balance. Eternal winter would claim the world. A small price for ultimate power. Carthus smiled, signaling his men forward. Seize them all. What followed was chaos. Swords clashed against the ancient weapons of the knights. Spells shimmered in the air as arcane defenses activated. In the tumult, Hobbit slipped away unnoticed, drawn by an instinct older than reason toward the crystal spire. As he approached, the surface of the molten pool rippled, and a voice like the rumble of distant thunder filled his mind. "Small one," it whispered, the words burning like embers in his thoughts. "You who remembered when all others forgot. You who came when hope was but an ash on the wind." Fire-wrath, Hobbit breathed, understanding flowing through him like liquid fire. What must I do? The flame must be past. I can no longer bear it. 1,000 years is but a moment in the life of a star, but an eternity for one bound to stone. Behind him, Hobbit heard Carthus approaching, his voice raised in triumph as his soldiers overwhelmed the knights. Time was short. "I am old," Hobbit said. "I cannot carry your flame for long." "Not alone," the dragon's voice agreed, "but as the first keeper of my memory, you may choose who follows." "The flame must not die, but neither can it remain unchanged. That was my mistake. Stasis is the enemy of life." Understanding dawned in Hobbit's eyes. With newfound purpose, he turned to face Carthus, who now stood at the edge of the pool, a crystalline dagger raised to strike at the spire. "Stop!" Hobbit commanded, his voice carrying an authority that made even the battle-hardened lord hesitate. "The crystal is not a weapon to be wielded, but a trust to be shared." In that moment of distraction, Hobbit pressed his palm against the crystal. Heat beyond imagining surged through him, illuminating his veins with golden light. Knowledge flooded his consciousness. The birth of stars, the forging of mountains, the ancient songs that had taught the first dragons to breathe fire. As Carthus lunged forward with a cry of rage, Hobbit released the gathered energy not in a burst of destruction, but as a wave of revelation. It swept through the chamber, touching each mind with visions of what could be. A world where the power of Fire-wrath was not concentrated in one guardian or one crystal, but distributed among all races, each bearing a fragment of the eternal flame. The crystal spire fractured, sending shards spiraling outward. Instead of falling, they orbited the chamber like newborn stars, each seeking a worthy vessel. One embedded itself in Lyra's bow, another in the twins' forge hammers, a third in Nessa's ancient tome, a fourth in Brant's weathered staff. Even Miriel and several of her knights received fragments, the crystal melding with their chosen items in flashes of golden light. Carthus too received a shard, smaller than the others. It landed at his feet, offering not domination but perspective. His face, twisted with fury, slowly transformed as understanding penetrated his consciousness. "I saw only power," he whispered, not purpose. As the final shard returned to Hobbit, embedding itself in his walking staff, the ancient pool began to cool and solidify, forming a surface of reflective golden stone. Upon it appeared the image of Fire-Arath, not the fearsome beast of legend, but a creature of wisdom and sorrow, unfathomably ancient yet newly freed. The age of the singular flame has ended, his voice echoed, softer now, peaceful. The age of shared fire begins. Go forth, bearers of Fire-Arath's legacy. Let not the world fall to darkness or ice eternal. As dawn broke over Fornost, painting the ancient stones with light that seemed warmer than before, Hobbit led his companions, now joined by several knights and a contemplative Carthus, toward the gates. The red ash had stopped falling, though the challenge of the unnatural winter remained. "What now?" Lyra asked, her bow humming with newfound energy that caused nearby plant life to flourish as she passed. Hobbit smiled, feeling younger than he had in decades, the knowledge of the dragons settling into his mind like embers finding their place in a hearth. "Now," he said, watching as golden sparks drifted from his staff to kindle hope in the eyes of all who beheld them, "we rekindle what must not be extinguished, not just the balance of seasons, but the bonds between all peoples." That was always Fire-Arath's true purpose, not to guard the flame alone, but to prepare the world to share it. Together they walked into the strengthening light, bearers of a fire that would never again be forgotten, guardians not of an ending, but of a beginning without end. Story 3. The Brandywine River whispered ancient secrets as it wound through the misty valley, its waters gleaming like liquid silver under the light of 3 moons. Along its verdant banks, willows dipped their slender fingers into the current, as if trying to grasp forgotten melodies that flowed beneath the surface. It was here, where the boundary between worlds thinned with each passing twilight, that Hobbit first heard the river's song change. He had always been different from the other villagers of Rushford, smaller in stature, but with eyes that reflected depths beyond his years. While others fished the shallows for silver trout or harvested rushes for their thatching, Hobbit listened to the water's voice, certain it spoke in languages long forgotten by most. On this night, as storm clouds gathered above the misty mountains in the distance, the river's murmur had transformed into an urgent, discordant plea that pulled him from his bed and led him to the water's edge. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the churning waters as something gleamed beneath the surface, not silver fish or polished stone, but gold and crystal, tumbling in the current. Without hesitation, Hobbit plunged his arms into the icy flow, his fingers closing around an object both cold and warm, heavy yet buoyant. As he lifted it from the water, raindrops began to fall, each one striking the artifact with a crystalline note that resonated through the valley. A harp, but unlike any crafted by mortal hands. Its frame curved like the crescent moon, fashioned from a wood so pale it seemed carved from starlight. Strings of an unknown metal shimmered with an inner luminescence, catching and refracting the storm's fury into patterns of light that danced across Hobbit's awestruck face. "Careful, little one," cautioned a voice that seemed woven from the rain itself. The Tideweaver's harp was not meant for casual handling. Hobbit whirled to find a figure standing where none had been moments before, a woman with skin the color of deepest ocean trenches and hair that moved like anemones in a gentle current. Her eyes held the vastness of underwater chasms, pupils ringed with luminescent blue. She wore garments that seemed spun from sea foam and pearl dust, clinging to a form that shifted between human and something altogether more fluid. "Who? What are you?" Hobbit stammered, clutching the harp to his chest, unable to relinquish it despite his trembling hands. "I am Naridel, last daughter of the Tideweavers." She gestured to the harp. And you have just liberated me from 5 centuries of imprisonment within that instrument. Lightning illuminated her features, revealing not just beauty, but terrible exhaustion, as though she had been swimming against a relentless current for longer than any creature should endure. The waters of Arda cry out in agony, she continued, kneeling beside Hobbit and placing a webbed hand against the river's surface. Where she touched, the water briefly cleared, revealing glimpses of crystalline depths now clouded with spreading darkness. Can you not hear their lament? Indeed, now that she mentioned it, beneath the river's song lay a discordant strain, a melody corrupted, notes of pain and poison threading through what should have been pure. Something fouls the lifeblood of these lands, Narydel explained. A corruption that began in the deepest trenches and now rises through every stream, river and lake. Soon it will reach the wells and springs from which all creatures drink. The drowned king awakens, and his hatred poisons everything it touches. Before Hobbit could question her further, shouts erupted from the village behind them. Torches bobbed through the rain as a party of villagers approached, led by the burly form of Magnus Thornbury, the village elder whose voice boomed even above the thunder. There he is, the river-cursed boy with his devil's instrument. The wells have turned brackish, cried another voice. My child's skin erupted in scales after drinking, wailed a mother. They blame you, Narydel whispered urgently. As they always blame what they do not understand. A tall figure stepped between the approaching mob and Hobbit, Brandobras the Forester, whose mysterious comings and goings had long been the subject of village gossip. His weathered hand rested on the hilt of a sword that seemed too finely crafted for a simple woodsman. This boy has done nothing, Brandobras called out, his voice carrying an authority that momentarily silenced the crowd. The river's sickness comes from upstream, from the deep places. And how would you know that, stranger? Challenged Magnus. You who appeared in our village not a season past, with no kin or history to vouch for you. Brandobras stiffened, his face betraying a flicker of ancient pain. I know more of water's ways than you could comprehend in 10 lifetimes, Thornbury. The crowd surged forward, fear overwhelming reason. In one fluid motion, Brandobras swept Hobbit and Narydel behind him, drawing his sword with a flourish that sent droplets of water spiraling from the blade in luminous arcs. Run for the eastern woods, he commanded. Follow the river upstream. I will find you when I can. They fled through the deluge, Hobbit clutching the harp while Narydel moved with preternatural grace across the sodden ground. Behind them, Brandobras held the villagers at bay, his sword flashing like lightning as he carved a path for their escape. The eastern woods welcomed them with ancient sentinels of oak and ash, their canopies providing shelter from both storm and pursuit. As dawn broke, painting the forest in amber and gold, they paused beside a crystal pool fed by the same river that flowed past Rushford, though here it ran clearer, not yet fully tainted. Though you should not have been able to retrieve the harp, Narydel said, studying Hobbit with newfound curiosity. It was sealed with elven magic, meant to remain hidden until the bloodline of the 7 kingdoms converged once more. Hobbit traced the curves of the instrument, feeling knowledge awaken within him that he had never been taught. My mother came from lands far to the west, he said quietly. She never spoke of her people, only that she had left them to escape an ancient burden. The burden of royal blood, came Brandobras's voice as he emerged from the trees, his cloak torn, but his stance unbowed. Under the burden of duty to the waters that give life, he knelt before Hobbit, pulling aside his collar to reveal an intricate pattern of blue whorls tattooed across his collarbone, markings that matched with uncanny precision those etched into the harp's frame. I too carry that burden, he admitted, though I have spent decades running from it. Narydel circled Brandobras, her eyes widening in recognition. "You bear the marks of the Tidebinders of Numenera," she breathed. "The royal house thought extinct when the drowned king sank the 7 isles beneath the waves." "Not extinct," Brandebras, or whoever he truly was, corrected. "In exile, scattered, waiting for the day when the waters would need us again." He turned to Hobbit. "As they need us now." As morning light filtered through the canopy, Hobbit's fingers strayed to the harp strings. A single note rang out, pure and true, bringing a moment of clarity to the water in the pool. In that instant, he glimpsed a vision of a majestic palace suspended in azure depths, its crystal spires reaching toward a surface it could never again touch. Within its halls, spectral figures drifted in endless procession around a throne, where sat a crowned figure whose once noble features had been corrupted by centuries of hatred and drowning sorrow. The Palace of 1,000 Pools, Naridel named it, ancient seat of the 7 kingdoms, now throne room to the drowned king, who once was the greatest of the water lords before pride consumed him. "He poisons the waters in preparation for his return to the surface world," Brandebras explained grimly. "His spectral army grows with each drowned soul, each corrupted creature of the deep. Soon he will have strength enough to rise and reclaim what he believes was stolen from him, dominion over all waters and the lands they touch." "But why now?" Hobbit asked, his fingers still resting on the harp strings, "after so many centuries?" "Because the 7 artifacts of flowing power have finally resurfaced," Naridel explained. "The harp is but one. There is also the trident of tides, the chalice of currents, the crown of coral, the shield of storms, the scepter of springs, and the compass of depths. Together, they once maintained the harmony of all waters across Arda. Separated and hidden after the king's fall, they now call to be reunited. And that reunion can either heal the waters or give the drowned king unstoppable power," Brandebras added. "But depending on who wields them and how," the 3 companions gazed at each other, understanding dawning like the sun through storm clouds. Their path was clear, though fraught with peril. They must journey upriver to the eternal falls, beneath which lay the entrance to the submerged palace. Along the way, they would need to find the remaining artifacts and rally the leaders of the free peoples, dwarf, elf, human, and others, to their cause. "Each leader must contribute not just warriors, but understanding," Naridel explained. "Each must recognize that their fate is bound to the waters and to each other. The artifacts will accept no less than unity." In the days that followed, as they journeyed through landscapes of increasing wonder and danger, Hobbit learned more of his companions and himself. Naridel was the last princess of the merfolk, sent as an emissary to the surface centuries ago, only to be betrayed and imprisoned in the Harp by the drowned king's agents. Brandebras was indeed royalty, Brandebras Marinell, rightful heir to the throne of Numenera, the greatest of the 7 kingdoms, and Hobbit himself, his mother's evasive past hinted at connections to ancient lineages he was only beginning to understand. His affinity for the harp was no accident. The blood of the 7 kingdoms flowed in his veins as surely as the river flowed to the sea. Their journey brought them to dwarven mines, where underground reservoirs had turned caustic, to elven forests, where sacred springs now spawned corrupted creatures, to human cities where once pure wells delivered dreams of drowning. At each stop, they gained allies and artifacts, the compass from a dwarven king who recognized the threat to his deepest reservoirs, the chalice from an elven queen who had foreseen their coming in her scrying pools. But with each victory came greater challenges. The drowned king's awareness of them grew, and his minions, half-drowned specters and corrupted water elementals, harried their every step. Villages that sheltered them found their waters turned to poison by the next dawn. Allies who pledged support were found floating face down in previously tranquil ponds. When at last they stood before the thundering majesty of the eternal falls, 7 artifacts gathered and representatives of 7 peoples at their backs. The waters parted to reveal a crystal staircase descending into abyssal depths. Here, Brandebras faltered. For centuries, I denied my heritage, refused the throne that was my birthright, he confessed as spray from the falls created rainbows around them. How can I now claim to lead a people I abandoned before I even knew them? Hobbit, who had grown in confidence with each league of their journey, placed the harp in Brandebras's hands. Not as a ruler who commands, he said, wisdom beyond his years shining in his eyes, but as a servant who connects. The 7 kingdoms were never meant to have one ruler, but one harmony. As they descended into the crystalline depths, protected from drowning by the magic of the united artifacts, the true test of their journey revealed itself, not in battle with the drowned king and his spectral army, though that would surely come, but in the ability of the 7 leaders to set aside centuries of mistrust and isolation. For in the drowned king's corrupted vision, they all glimpsed a reflection of their own potential for pride and destruction. And in Hobbit's simple courage, in Naridel's enduring hope, and in Brandebras's reluctant acceptance of responsibility, they recognized a truth as old as the waters themselves. No stream exists alone. All eventually flow together or cease to flow at all. The final battle for the soul of Arda's waters had begun, not with the clash of armies, but with the harder, more crucial struggle to forge genuine understanding between peoples who had forgotten their interdependence. And as Hobbit's fingers struck the first notes of an ancient melody on the Tideweaver's harp, answering tones rose from the other artifacts, beginning a symphony of renewal that would either heal the waters of the world or be drowned forever in the depths of pride and isolation. Story 4. In the village of Green Leaf, where morning mist clung to thatched rooftops like whispered secrets, Hobbit's loom sang its rhythmic song. His fingers, nimble despite their weathered appearance, guided threads of impossible colors across the warp and weft of what would become his greatest work yet. Threads spun from moonlight and dawn's first blush, from the heart of winter storms and summer's gentle breath. Materials no other weaver in the western lands could procure, much less fashion into images of such extraordinary clarity. Hobbit paused, withdrawing his hands as a peculiar sensation traveled up his arms. The tapestry before him, only half complete, seemed to pulse with an inner light. Within its intricate patterns, something shifted, like ripples across a still pond disturbed by an unseen stone. Where he had woven rolling hills and peaceful valleys, shadows now stretched, elongating toward the village he had rendered in loving detail at the tapestry's center. And in the top corner, where the sky should remain an untouched azure, crystalline formations had appeared unbidden, like ice spiraling across winter glass. "Impossible," he whispered, reaching up to touch the anomaly. The moment his fingertips brushed the threads, visions flooded his mind. Great winged forms descending from the Frostspine Mountains, their scales gleaming like polished sapphires, breath that transformed lush landscapes into frozen wastelands. And behind them all, a presence of such ancient majesty and terrible resolve that Hobbit recoiled, overturning his stool as he scrambled backward. The visions vanished, but the changes to his work remained. With trembling hands, he covered the tapestry with a cloth woven of protective runes. Outside, the first snowflakes of an unseasonable storm began to fall. 3 days later, the ice dragons came. They descended upon the western lands like winter's wrath given form. Vast shadows that eclipsed the sun before their crystalline bodies caught the light in breathtaking, terrible beauty. The largest among them, with scales that shifted between deepest cobalt and palest silver, landed upon the village's central green with a grace that belied her enormous size. Villagers scattered, fleeing into their homes or the surrounding forest. But Hobbit remained transfixed in his doorway, recognizing the presence that had touched his mind through the tapestry. Fateweaver, the dragon spoke, her voice resonating not through air, but directly within the minds of all who heard. "I am Azurath, Queen of the Frostspine Eyrie. Your gift has been noticed. Your potential recognized." When she departed, she took Hobbit with her, not seized in cruel talons as the villagers would later recount, but walking willingly, his expression a mixture of terror and irresistible curiosity, clutching his unfinished tapestry to his chest. The journey to the Frostspine Mountains passed in a blur of wind and cloud as Hobbit clung to the ancient scales of a lesser dragon tasked with his transport. Below, the western lands transformed from the lush greenery of Verdant Valley to the mist-shrouded grey moors, and finally to the first gleaming snowfields that heralded the dragon's territory. The Frostspine Range thrust up from the earth like the backbone of some primordial beast, peaks so high they seemed to pierce the very fabric of the sky. Within the highest mountain lay Crystalhome, the dragon's ancient seat of power. Not a cave, as Hobbit had expected, but a palace of impossible architecture, vast chambers and soaring arches carved from living ice and eternal stone, illuminated by lights that burned cold and blue. Crystals of every conceivable hue adorned walls and ceilings, refracting the cold light into rainbow patterns that shifted with hypnotic beauty. In the Grand Hall, Azurath awaited upon a dais of ice that never melted, her massive form coiled with lethal elegance around a throne fashioned from what appeared to be frozen lightning. Lesser dragons perched on crystalline outcroppings throughout the chamber, their eyes gleaming with ancient intelligence and undisguised curiosity at the small creature brought before their queen. "Show me!" Azurath commanded, gesturing with a talon that could have easily bisected Hobbit where he stood. With hands that refused to steady, Hobbit unfurled his tapestry. Gasps, a sound like icicles shattering, echoed through the hall as the gathered dragons beheld the images woven into the fabric. Even unfinished, its power was undeniable. The village of Greenleaf rendered in perfect detail, the western lands spreading outward in concentric circles of meadow and forest, river and mountain, and at the edges, the encroaching shadows, the crystalline formations that had appeared unbidden, a perfect representation of the ice dragon's advance. "Your hands create what has not yet come to pass," Azurath said, lowering her massive head until one giant eye, with its slitted pupil and iris of swirling silver and blue, was level with Hobbit's face. "You will complete this work. You will weave the triumph of dragonkind over the realms of the lesser races. You will show the reclamation of what was taken from us." I cannot control what appears," Hobbit stammered, finding courage in truth. "The tapestry shows what may be, not what will be, and sometimes it weaves itself." Azurath's laughter, cold and sharp as the mountain winds, echoed through the chamber. "Then you will learn control, Fateweaver. You will bend your gift to my will, or you will watch as everything you have ever loved vanishes beneath eternal ice." In the days that followed, Hobbit was installed in a chamber near the heart of Crystalhome, provided with a loom of ancient design crafted from ice that never melted and silver that never tarnished. Dragon attendants brought him thread spun from materials he'd never imagined, frost distilled into fiber, aurora light captured and wound on bobbins, The essence of glaciers, thousands of years old, twisted into shimmering strands. Each day he wove under Azarath's watchful eye. Each night, alone in his chamber, he unraveled portions of his work, trying to delay the completion of a tapestry he feared would somehow manifest the dragon's victory. Yet each morning, he found the unraveled sections mysteriously restored, the patterns shifting subtly toward visions of ice-covered kingdoms and dragons soaring triumphant over frozen wastelands. On the seventh day, as spring surrendered completely to an unnatural winter across the western lands, riders approached Crystalhome, a ragtag company of unlikely allies gathered under the banner of a fallen house. At their head rode Thondir, once Knight Commander of the Summer Realms, now a man whose handsome features bore the marks of disgrace and hard exile. His armor, once gleaming gold, had been stripped of emblems and painted a matte black that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. Behind him rode representatives of every free people whose lands now lay under threat, elven archers from the Whisperwood, whose bows were carved from trees that volunteered a branch only once a century, dwarven engineers from the Ironheart Holds, bearing weapons of ingenious design powered by steam and crystal. Human militiamen from the villages of the Western Lands, ordinary folk armed with extraordinary courage, and most surprisingly, scholars from the Alabaster Citadel, whose understanding of ancient magics might prove as valuable as any blade. They had come not as conquerors, but as emissaries, seeking audience with the Dragon Queen before conflict became inevitable. And though many among the dragons counseled immediate annihilation of the presumptuous lesser beings, Azurath granted their request, curious, perhaps, to look upon the faces of those who dared challenge her might. The great hall fell silent as Thondir approached the icy throne, his steps measured and unflinching despite the dozens of dragon eyes tracking his every movement. Upon reaching the appropriate distance, he removed his helmet, but did not kneel, meeting Azurath's gaze with the steady resolve of one who has already faced his worst fears and survived. "Endrili, Queen of the Frostspine Eyrie," he began, his voice carrying clearly despite its lack of magical resonance, "we come seeking understanding before seeking war. Why do your kind break a peace that has held for generations? Why bring winter's wrath upon lands that have done you no recent harm?" Azurath's massive head swung toward him, her breath crystallizing in the air between them. "Recent harm." The words emerged as shards of ice. "Udin, how convenient for your kind to measure time by your brief lives rather than our endless ones. The injury done to dragonkind does not fade with the passing of a few human generations." With a gesture from her talon, the chamber's lights dimmed, and upon the far wall, ice formed into translucent images, a historical record preserved in perfect detail. It showed a younger Thondir leading a company of golden-armored knights into a mountain valley where dragon eggs, opalescent and beautiful, lay nestled in nests of precious metals. The knights struck down guardian dragons with weapons that blazed with unnatural fire, then systematically destroyed every egg, every unhatched life. "The purge of Moonvale," Thondir whispered, the blood draining from his face. "That was 30 years ago. I was following orders. We were told they were eggs of shadow worms, corrupted beasts that would bring only death. They were my children." Azurath's voice dropped to a whisper that somehow echoed more terribly than her roar. "The future of my lineage, the hope of our kind. And you, Thondir the Glorious, Thondir the Dragon Slayer, destroyed them all." In the terrible silence that followed, a new voice spoke. Hobbit's, small but clear as he stepped from the shadows where he had been forgotten. In his hands, he carried not the tapestry commissioned by Azurath, but a smaller piece he had woven in secret during stolen moments. "June, great queen," he said, approaching with the cautious reverence of one who had come to understand the depth of draconic grief. "Before judgment is rendered, before vengeance is taken, I ask that you look upon this." He unfurled the small tapestry, holding it up for all to see. Within its threads glowed an image of impossible beauty. Dragon eggs nestled not in hidden valleys, but in the heart of human cities, elven forests and dwarven mountains, guarded not just by their own kind, but by all races together. Dragons soared alongside griffin-mounted knights in skies that belonged to neither, but welcomed both. And at the center, barely visible unless one knew where to look, the unmistakable figures of Azurath and Thondir, not in combat but in conversation, the first step toward an understanding that might change the course of history. "This is not what was, nor what must be," Hobbit explained. "It is what could be. The tapestries don't control destiny, Your Majesty. They reveal paths, possibilities that exist alongside countless others. The future is woven not by my hands alone, but by the choices made by all who live to see it." Azurath's gaze shifted between the tapestry, Hobbit, and Thondir, her ancient eyes unreadable. The chamber grew so quiet that the crystalline resonance of the mountain itself became audible, a deep harmonic hum that vibrated through stone and scale and bone. Thondir stepped forward, removing his sword and laying it at the foot of the icy throne. Then, to the astonishment of all present, he knelt. "For 30 years, I have lived with the weight of Moonvale," he said, his voice steady despite the emotion that threatened to break it. "I did not know they were your children, but that ignorance does not absolve the crime. My life is yours to take, Dragon Queen, but I ask that in exchange you spare these lands and their innocent people. Let my death end the cycle that began with their destruction." For a long moment, Azurath remained still as the mountain itself, regarding the kneeling knight with ancient eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. Then, with a movement of surprising gentleness, she extended one massive talon and lifted Thondir's chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. "And death is swift and simple," she said, her mental voice resonating with complex emotions no human language could fully capture. "To live with the consequences of one's actions, that requires true courage." Her gaze shifted to Hobbit's tapestry, lingering on the central image of dragon and human in peaceful discourse. "And perhaps there is wisdom in the Fate Weaver's threads. As dawn broke over the Frostspine Mountains, the dragons did not descend upon the western lands in force, as many had feared. Instead, a small delegation accompanied Thondir and Hobbit back to the Alabaster Citadel, where representatives of all free peoples would gather to forge a new covenant, one that acknowledged ancient wrongs and looked toward a shared future. And in his workshop within Crystal Home, where Hobbit would split his time in the years to come, a new tapestry took shape upon the silver loom, its patterns forming not from his design alone, but from the intertwined choices of dragons and their former enemies as they wrote a new chapter in their shared history. For while a tapestry might reveal the pattern of destiny, only those who lived within its threads could determine the final image it would ultimately display. Story 5. The Brandywine River whispered ancient secrets as it wound its way through the heart of Middle-earth, its waters catching the amber light of the setting sun like liquid gold. Along its verdant banks walked Hobbit, his weathered journal tucked beneath one arm, a small quill pen nestled behind his ear. Though renowned throughout the land for his past adventures, he now found contentment in simpler pursuits, collecting tales and local folklore for a book he hoped might one day educate and entertain generations to come. The day was waning, the golden hour casting long shadows across the landscape, when a peculiar glimmer caught his eye, something embedded in the riverbank's soft clay. Kneeling, he He brushed away mud and pebbles to reveal a ring of extraordinary craftsmanship. An amethyst stone, deep purple as twilight, sat nestled in intricate silver filigree that seemed to writhe like tiny serpents in the fading light. "How curious," Hobbit murmured, turning the ring in his fingers. The stone caught the sunlight, reflecting it not in purple hues, but in a cascade of colors that danced across his face. Against his better judgment, for hadn't his adventures taught him caution regarding mysterious objects, he slipped it onto his finger. The world around him rippled momentarily, as if viewed through disturbed water. A chill raced up his arm, settling uncomfortably in his chest. The sensation passed quickly, but left behind an inexplicable certainty. Something momentous had begun. That night, as he slept in his comfortable hobbit hole, dreams of suffocating darkness and immobility plagued him. He woke with a start to find his right hand, the one bearing the ring, had turned a faint grey, the texture rough as stone. As dawn broke, the condition receded, flesh returning to normal, but the memory lingered like a shadow. 3 days passed thus, each night bringing dreams of encroaching petrifaction, each morning showing the stony transformation advancing further up his arm before receding with the sun. On the 4th night, a spectral figure materialized at the foot of his bed, a woman formed of twilight and starlight, her features both ancient and youthful, beautiful and terrible. "Bearer of the amethyst seal," she intoned, her voice like crystal chimes in a distant cavern. 100 days you have before the curse claims you completely. Stone by sunset on the 100th day, unless the seal returns to its rightful chamber and the divided becomes whole again. Hobbit reached toward the apparition. What curse? What chamber? Please, I don't understand. But she was already fading, her final words floating in the air. Seek the White Witch of the Azure Peaks. She holds the knowledge you require. If she still exists at all. The tavern in Bree reeked of ale, pipe smoke, and the sweat of too many travelers crowded under its low beams. Hobbit nursed a half-pint, the ring now suspended from a leather cord around his neck, after he discovered removing it caused pain like fire in his veins. 26 days had passed since his finding of the ring. 74 remained before the curse would claim him fully. The White Witch hasn't been seen in the Blue Mountains for decades, rumbled the tavern keeper, wiping a grimy mug with an even grimier cloth. Say she vanished after some great magical catastrophe. Others say she never existed at all. Oh, she existed, came a lilting voice from the shadows. A woman materialized from the darkened corner, moving with the liquid grace of a practiced thief. Her cloak, the color of midnight, framed a face of sharp angles and knowing eyes. A scar bisected her left eyebrow, continuing down her cheek like a silver tear. Lyra, she introduced herself, sliding uninvited onto the bench opposite Hobbit. And you're carrying something very dangerous around that little neck of yours. Before Hobbit could respond, the tavern door crashed open. Silhouetted against the night stood a man of imposing height, his robes storm grey and tattered, a gnarled staff clutched in one hand. The tavern fell silent as he surveyed the room, his gaze finally settling on Hobbit's table. There it is, he murmured, voice carrying despite its softness. After all these years. The stranger approached, and Hobbit noticed with alarm that frost formed on the floorboards with each step. The man's beard, once dark perhaps, was now threaded with silver, and his eyes held the weariness of one who had seen too many centuries pass. I am Thalen, he said without preamble. Once of the Order of the Cobalt Star, now unaffiliated, and you, small one, carry one of the 5 seals of binding. Is everyone in this establishment aware of my business? Hobbit asked with exasperation. A rumbling laugh came from behind him as a hulking figure rose from a table in the far corner. A being Hobbit had mistaken for a peculiar shadow, grey-skinned and massive, with features like weathered granite. The creature approached with surprising gentleness for its size. "Not everyone," the troll said, his voice like stones grinding together. "Just those of us similarly affected." He extended a massive hand, revealing an iron ring set with onyx. "De Gron carries the seal of Earth, 78 days, until Gron becomes what Gron already appears to be." Thus was formed an unlikely fellowship, bound by common peril rather than common purpose. They journeyed first to the Blue Mountains, following rumors and legends of the White Witch's last known dwelling. The azure peaks lived up to their name, their craggy spires catching the light in shades of cobalt and cerulean. Snow dusted their heights even in summer, and clouds wreathed them like crowns. In a hidden valley high among the peaks, they discovered a tower of white stone, untouched by weather or time. Its doors stood open in silent invitation, leading to a spiraling staircase that disappeared both upward into the tower's heights and downward into Earth's depths. "Curious," Thalen murmured, running fingers along the immaculate walls. No dust. No signs of abandonment, yet no signs of habitation either. "Split," Gron rumbled, "like the rest of her." The troll's cryptic words found explanation in the tower's heart. A circular chamber where 5 pedestals stood arranged in a perfect pentagon. At the center floated a sphere of pure light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Upon each pedestal lay an ancient tome, and within the pages of the centermost book they found the truth. The 5 seals of binding had been created in the First Age to imprison the elemental lords, ancient beings of immeasurable power who had once threatened to tear the world asunder in their conflicts. The White Witch was their creator and keeper, Lyra read, her finger tracing elegant script. But it says here she began to fear the power she contained. She performed a ritual to separate herself from what she called her temptation toward darkness. "A sundering spell," Thalen breathed. "She split herself in twain, light and shadow, creation and destruction. And now her shadow self seeks to gather the seals," Hobbit concluded, understanding dawning. "Not to protect the world, but to release the elemental lords and harness their power." As if summoned by his words, darkness pooled in the chamber's corner, solidifying into the form of a woman, beautiful and terrible, her eyes bottomless wells of ambition and power. Where the White Witch might have radiated purity and light, this being emanated shadows that seemed to consume the very air around her. "Ugh, the Shadow Witch," Thalen whispered, raising his staff defensively. "How perceptive," she purred, her voice like velvet drawn over a blade's edge. "Though I prefer Morvana now. So kind of you all to bring me 2 of the seals I seek." The battle that ensued shook the very foundations of the tower. Thalen's magic clashed with Morvana's, light against shadow, while Lyra darted between columns with her twin daggers flashing. Gron's incredible strength sent chunks of stone flying as he tried to grab the elusive witch, and Hobbit, drawing upon reserves of courage he'd forgotten he possessed, sought a way to turn the tide. The answer came to him as he was hurled against one of the pedestals. The ancient tome fell open to a passage describing the sundering ritual and, crucially, how it might be reversed. "The seals," he shouted above the cacophony. "They're not just prisons, they're fragments of pure elemental essence. They can restore what was divided." Understanding passed between the companions in a moment of silent communication. Hobbit and Gron moved toward the central light, their rings extended before them. Thalen redoubled his magical assault, driving Morvana back step by step, while Lyra maneuvered to cut off her retreat. "You fools," Morvana hissed. "Would you undo what was necessary?" Her light cannot exist without her darkness. Perhaps, Hobbit replied, but neither can truly live divided. As the rings touched the sphere of light, a blinding flash engulfed the chamber. The walls between worlds thinned, and for a moment, Hobbit glimpsed vast beings of fire, water, earth, and air watching from beyond a veil of reality, the elemental lords, bound but conscious, bearing witness. When vision returned, Morvana was gone. In her place stood a woman neither dark nor light, but a harmonious blend of both, silver-haired with eyes like the twilight sky, clothed in robes that shifted between deepest indigo and purest white. "The White Witch restored," Thalen said, awe in his voice. "Elindra," she corrected gently. "That was my name before titles and powers. And you have my eternal gratitude for the gift of wholeness." She approached Hobbit and Gron, touching their rings with slender fingers. The amethyst and onyx stones crumbled to dust, the metallic bands reshaping themselves into simple circles without adornment. "The curse is lifted," she told them. "The seals remain, but no longer bound to you. I shall recover the others and ensure they remain safe until the world has no more need of such divisions." When they departed the Azure Peaks, they did so as friends rather than mere companions in adversity. Lyra, with skills honed by necessity rather than malice, found purpose as Elindra's emissary to the realms of men. Thalen, no longer renegade, took up the mantle of teacher to a new generation of mages. Gron returned to his people with tales of surface dwellers worthy of trust. And Hobbit, he returned to the banks of the Brandywine with stories enough to fill volumes, and wisdom enough to know which ones should remain untold. The ring he kept, now plain silver without its curse, as a reminder that sometimes the greatest magic lies not in artifacts of power, but in the restoration of that which was broken. On quiet evenings, when the river whispered its secrets, he would sometimes feel a familiar chill up his arm. Not the curse returning, but a memory of how close he had come to eternal stillness. In those moments, he would smile and continue writing, for some stories must be preserved, even when their magic fades into legend. Story 6. The darkness came first to the borders of Green Vale, not as a storm or shadow, but as a subtle wrongness in the air. Birds fell silent in mid-song. Deer froze among meadow flowers, their ears twitching towards something beyond mortal hearing. The ancient willows that had guarded the valley for 1,000 years began to whisper warnings that only the wind understood. In his herb garden on the edge of the village, Hobbit noticed none of these portents. His weathered hands moved with practiced precision among the thyme and lavender, sage and rosemary, plants whose healing properties had earned him a modest reputation throughout the surrounding villages. The spring sunshine warmed his back as he worked the rich soil, preparing a bed for silverleaf seedlings whose essence could calm the most troubled dreams. His trowel struck something solid with a sound unlike stone against root or clay. Curious, he brushed away the dark earth to reveal a gleam of metal that had no business being buried in his carefully tended garden. A ring, perfectly circular, crafted from a metal that shifted between silver and midnight blue as sunlight played across its surface. No gems adorned it, yet intricate patterns were etched into its band, symbols in a language so ancient that knowledge of it had passed from the world long before Hobbit's grandfather's grandfather had drawn first breath. "Curious little trinket," he murmured, turning it this way and that. Despite having lain in the earth for who knew how long, no dirt clung to its surface. It sat cool and pristine on his palm, seeming to pulse with a subtle rhythm that matched no heartbeat Hobbit had ever felt. Against better judgment born from countless tales of cautious heroes and foolish villagers, Hobbit slipped the ring onto his finger. The world shifted Colors deepened, sounds clarified. The whispers of the willows suddenly formed words he almost understood, and beneath his feet he sensed the presence of ancient roots that connected not just tree to tree, but the entire valley to something vast and slumbering deep within the mountains that ringed the horizon. Then came the scream, distant yet crisp in his enhanced hearing, from the direction of the village. Pulling the ring from his finger with unexpected difficulty, Hobbit ran toward the sound, only to stop short at the crest of the hill that overlooked Greenvale. A figure cloaked in shadow stood in the village center, surrounded by what appeared to be tatters of living darkness, shapes both human and inhuman, that flickered in and out of visibility. Villagers lay scattered across the green, not dead, but seemingly frozen in poses of terror or flight. And the shadowy figure was looking directly at Hobbit, an impossible distance to discern any single person. Yet Hobbit felt the weight of that gaze like physical pressure. The ring-bearer? The wind seemed to sigh around him, though no lips had moved on that distant face. Hobbit ran, not toward the village where only doom awaited, but toward the shrouded woods that local legend claimed housed spirits and creatures best left undisturbed. His cottage, the only home he had known for 40 years, disappeared behind him as he plunged into the tree line, the ring clutched so tightly in his palm that its patterns left temporary imprints on his skin. Night fell swiftly beneath the ancient canopy, and with darkness came disorientation. Roots seemed to shift beneath his feet. Paths visible one moment vanished the next. The forest itself appeared to breathe around him, watching his desperate flight with the patience of organisms that measured time in centuries rather than moments. Exhausted, Hobbit collapsed against the trunk of an oak wider than his cottage. His breath came in ragged gasps that sounded obscenely loud in the unnatural silence of the forest. The ring in his palm pulsed stronger now, its rhythm quickening like a heart responding to danger. "It remembers this place," came a melodic voice from above. Hobbit's head snapped up to see a figure perched on a branch that should not have supported even a child's weight. Slender as a young willow, but with eyes that held the wisdom of ancient mountains. An elf regarded him with equal parts curiosity and concern. His clothing, crafted from materials that seemed to capture and reflect the sparse moonlight filtering through the canopy, shifted colors with each subtle movement. "Who?" Hobbit began, but the elf raised a finger to lips that curved in a gentle smile. Questions carry far in these woods, herb tender, and there are those whose ears we would rather not reach. With impossible grace, the elf descended from branch to branch until he stood before Hobbit. "I am Thalion of the Silverpine Sentinels. We have watched you since you crossed the boundary stones." "We," Hobbit whispered, suddenly aware of presences materializing from behind trees and dropping silently from branches. A dozen elves, each armed with bows that seemed grown rather than crafted, arrows nocked but not yet drawn. "The ring you carry has awakened powers long dormant," Thalion continued, his gaze fixed on Hobbit's closed fist. "In powers that have drawn the attention of Morkan, the Lord of Shadows, whose servants now scour your village and will soon trace your path here. I don't understand. It's just a ring." "It is a key," interrupted a new voice, deep and resonant as stone striking stone. From a shadow that should have been too small to conceal him emerged a dwarf whose elaborate braided beard contained gemstones that caught the moonlight like trapped stars. Despite his stature, he carried himself with the dignity of a king, though his armor showed signs of hard travel and harder battles. "Duramin, son of Thorn, at your reluctant service." The dwarf introduced himself with a bow that contained more mockery than respect. "Exiled Prince of Moria and current associate of these tree-dwelling sentinels." Thalion's expression suggested this alliance was equally trying for him. Our peoples set aside ancient grievances in the face of greater threat. Morkan's influence spreads beyond the Shadow Peaks for the first time in an age. And now we know why. He nodded toward Hobbit's hand. The seal ring has resurfaced. Before Hobbit could respond, a tremor passed through the ground beneath them, subtle but unmistakable. The trees whispered in sudden agitation, and the elven sentinels drew their bows in unison, aiming at something beyond the clearing. "They come!" Duromin growled, drawing twin hand axes from his belt. The shadow wraiths waste no time. "We must move," Thalion agreed, turning to Hobbit. "The hidden valley lies 3 days' journey through these woods and beyond the mist-shroud mountains. The ring must be returned to its sanctuary before Morkan breaches the ancient barriers completely." As if summoned by the name, a cold wind swept through the clearing, carrying whispers that slithered into the mind rather than the ear. Shapes darker than the night itself materialized at the forest's edge, humanoid but wrong, as though someone had tried to form people from smoke and shadow without fully understanding human anatomy. "Run!" Thalion commanded, loosing an arrow that burst into silver flame as it struck the nearest wraith. "Follow the white stones. We will find you when we can." The next hours passed in a blur of terror and exhaustion as Hobbit fled deeper into the increasingly strange forest. Trees grew in impossible configurations, their branches sometimes reaching down to assist his passage or shifting to block pursuing shadows. White stones appeared at crucial junctures, glowing with soft inner light that illuminated just enough path to follow before fading behind him. Dawn found him collapsed beside a crystal stream that sang with voices just beyond comprehension. The ring now hung from a cord around his neck, its pulsing synchronized with the water's melodic flow. As he cupped his hands to drink, visions rippled across the surface, a vast valley hidden within the mountains, Embrace, a city of impossible beauty, now fallen to ruin, and at its center, a gateway of pure light sealed by ancient magics now failing. It shows you truth, though perhaps not as you are prepared to understand it. The voice, neither elven nor dwarven, belonged to an elderly man who now sat on a rock that Hobbit was certain had been empty a moment before, robed in grey that seemed woven from the mist itself, with a staff of twisted wood topped by a crystal that caught the early light. He had the bearing of one accustomed to both wilderness and the halls of kings. "Neldrin," the old man introduced himself with a nod that set the silver beads in his beard chiming like distant bells. "Some call me wizard, others wanderer. At the moment, I am simply a guide to those who carry burdens beyond their understanding." "The ring," Hobbit began, "is both less and more than it appears," Eldrin finished for him. "One of 7 crafted not to grant power but to seal it away. The keystone to a prison built at the dawn of this age to contain something ancient and terrible." The wizard's eyes, grey as storm clouds yet sharp as lightning, fixed on Hobbit's face. "Morkan seeks the ring not for its power, but for what it will allow him to release. Once he was Morkaniel, High King of the Twilight Elves, Guardian of the Seals. Now he is shadow-twisted, bound by a curse of his own making, believing that what lies beyond the gate will grant him liberation." Over the days that followed, their company grew. Thalion and 3 other elven scouts rejoined them, bearing news that shadow wraiths had been temporarily driven back. Duromin arrived with 5 fellow dwarven exiles, their skills in both metalwork and warfare immediately strengthening the group's capabilities. Together, they crossed lands of increasing strangeness, meadows where gravity seemed optional, forests where trees conversed in whispers just below comprehension, streams that flowed uphill toward their mountain source. Through it all, Eldrin guided them with the confidence of one retracing familiar steps, though he admitted it had been centuries since he had last approached the hidden valley. And through it all, the ring grew heavier around Hobbit's neck, its pulsing more insistent as they drew closer to its origin. The final approach to the hidden valley required scaling cliffs that seemed to shift beneath their touch, navigating passes that appeared and disappeared with the changing light, and finally passing beneath an archway formed from two ancient trees that had grown together over millennia, their branches forming intricate patterns that matched the symbols on the ring. Beyond lay a vista that stole the breath from Hobbit's lungs, a valley untouched by time, where ruins of crystal and silver stood in silent testimony to a civilization whose beauty surpassed anything in living memory. At the valley's heart rose a structure neither building nor natural formation, but something in between, a spiral of stone and light that reached toward the sky, at its center a gateway through which shone a radiance that hurt the eyes to behold directly. "The Seal Gate," Eldrin murmured, leaning heavily on his staff. Weakening after 10,000 years of containment, within the gate's light, a silhouette became visible, a tall figure of once regal bearing, now distorted by shadow that clung to him like a second skin. A crown of twisted metal sat upon his brow, and eyes that held both ancient wisdom and fathomless sorrow fixed upon their company. "Morcaniel," Thalion whispered, the name of prayer and curse in one breath. "You are too late," the figure spoke, his voice beautiful despite its corruption. "The seals weaken. Soon I shall be free of this prison, and what lies beyond shall remake this imperfect world into the paradise it was meant to be. The paradise that exists only in your cursed memories," Eldrin countered, stepping forward. "You were meant to guard, Morcaniel, not release." The Ancient Ones were sealed away for cause, their power too vast and terrible for this younger world. With a gesture that seemed to tear the very air, Morcaniel revealed what lay within the gate, not a physical space, but a realm of pure energy and consciousness, where shapes of unimaginable power shifted in patterns that threatened to overwhelm mortal comprehension. And they were pushing outward, testing the boundaries of their prison with increasing success. "The ring," Eldrin urged, turning to Hobbit. "It must be returned to the gate. Only then can the breach be sealed." But as Hobbit moved forward, shadow wraiths materialized from the ruins around them. The elves and dwarves formed a protective circle, weapons ready, but they were outnumbered 10 to 1. "I cannot let you interfere," Morcaniel said almost regretfully. "Too long have I served as both jailer and jailed. Too long have I watched this world squander its potential through division and petty conflicts. The Ancient Ones will unite all under their wisdom. Their dominion," Eldrin corrected. "Their hunger. You forget what they truly are, old friend. The curse clouds your memory as it corrupts your form." Something flickered across Morcaniel's face. Doubt, perhaps, or a momentary recollection of his uncorrupted self. In that instant of hesitation, Hobbit saw his chance. Slipping the cord from around his neck, he dove through a gap in the Shadow Wraith's formation and ran toward the gate. A shadow lashed out, wrapping around his ankle. He fell hard, the ring flying from his grasp to land just short of the gate's threshold. Morcaniel moved with impossible speed to retrieve it, but as his fingers closed around the metal, something unexpected happened. The ring flared with blinding light, and Morcaniel screamed, not in pain but in release. The shadows clinging to his form began to burn away like morning mist before the sun. He fell to his knees, the ring clutched to his chest as memories unlocked by its touch flooded through him. "I remember," he gasped, his voice clearer now, less distorted by shadow. "I remember why I accepted this burden, why I became guardian." His gaze, now bright with the clarity of purpose, found Hobbit. And I remember what must be done. With effort that seemed to cost him physically, Morcaniel crawled toward the gate, the ring extended before him. The curse was their doing, a slow corruption meant to turn guardian to liberator, but they did not account for the strength of a heart untainted by power's lure. His gaze met Hobbit's once more. Your heart, ring finder. As though small in the reckoning of elves and wizards, yet pure in a way our ancient burdens have made impossible for us. As Morcaniel reached the gate's threshold, the shadows burned completely from his form, revealing an elven king of such nobility and beauty that even Thalion and his sentinels bowed their heads in reverence. With his last strength, Morcaniel pressed the ring into the center of the gateway, where it locked into place with a sound like the world itself sighing in relief. Light burst outward, washing over them all in a wave of cleansing brilliance. The shadow wraiths dissolved like nightmares at dawn. The pressure that had built within the gate subsided, the Ancient One's power once again securely contained. Morcaniel remained kneeling before the gate, his form growing increasingly transparent as the light continued to shine. The Guardian's duty was always meant to end in sacrifice, he explained, his voice fading like distant music. I forgot that truth when the curse took hold. Before he disappeared completely, he turned to Hobbit one last time. You have restored what was broken, little one. The Hidden Valley now needs a new guardian, one whose heart remains uncorrupted by ancient grudges or immortal burdens. As dawn broke over the Hidden Valley, the ruins seemed less decayed, sparkling with renewed purpose in the fresh light. Eldrin explained that with the seal restored, time would flow differently here again, healing what had been broken during Morcaniel's corruption. Jan the new guardian? Hobbit asked, still struggling to comprehend the responsibility placed upon him. Eldrin smiled, gesturing to where elves and dwarves worked side by side, already beginning the restoration of the valley's ancient structures. Not one, but many. The time of solitary guardians has passed. The burden will be shared among all free peoples, human, elf, dwarf, and yes, even small herb tenders whose courage outweighs their stature. The wizard placed a hand on Hobbit's shoulder, his eyes twinkling with something between amusement and pride. After all, the greatest magic lies not in ancient artifacts or sealed powers, but in hearts that recognize the value of that which seems ordinary, a garden, a home, a moment of peace. These are the things truly worth preserving, against shadow and time alike. And so began the stewardship of the Hidden Valley, where representatives of all free peoples would come to learn and share wisdom, and where Hobbit, once a simple healer from a forgotten village, would teach the most powerful among them the value of the small, quiet magics that truly sustained the world.